Welcome back to Mayor Fuzz TV Live. Welcome, everyone. Apologies for the very abrupt ending for anyone who was here on Tuesday night. I just disappeared very suddenly. My internet decided to cut out. It wasn't out for like that long, it was a couple hours, but it did kind of just end the stream with no remorse. But welcome to the Thursday night edition. I say that as if we always have a Thursday night edition. We don't. We're very loosey-goosey. Loosey-goosey, depending on when recording schedules are happening. And yes. So, as for plans tonight, some loose ideas. I may or may not choose to watch a movie on Shudder to try my new show idea for later. But if not, I mean, I want to start with just hanging out for a little bit. Keep it breezy. Perhaps look at some, I don't know, news or something from today. Oh, what movie? Hey Bob. I think the first one I'm going to possibly do is, I think it was called The Cleansing Hour, if I remember correctly. Hey Cindy. So that's something we may do later. But to begin with, we'll hang out. We'll look at some stuff and whatnot. Yeah, clearly the quick news videos kind of died out quite quickly. That was hard to kind of keep them going day to day. But I do think like regular sort of movie and video game news can be a kind of permanent feature of the streams. Did I see the song you sent? I did see that you sent something, Bob. I don't know. I didn't click on anything though. Hey, Rogersy. Welcome to the stream. More news. Want more news? I always want more news. I mean, the funny thing is we technically have more time right now to do more news shows, but once the TV shows start ramping back up again, all of a sudden we'll have no time for it. Did I hear about Grant Morrison coming out as non-binary? I did not hear that, actually. Good for him, I suppose. I have nothing to really add on it. But good for him. Yes, so if there was any news, movie, video game, or maybe comic book, but probably movies and video games, keep it on the streams, that you would like to link me to, an article, something from today or yesterday, I will happily take it. As long as it's from a reasonable source. I don't want any weird websites that no one's ever heard of. And we'll just see what's been happening. Obviously, video game. I've been paying a lot of attention to the video game stuff, mainly just because next gen's almost here. I'm excited. I actually ordered an SSD today. Not one to go inside the PS5, but one as an external. Although it's not actually an external SSD, it's an internal SATA SSD. But I also ordered a bridging cable to turn it into a USB 3.0 drive. Why did I do this instead of just buying an external SSD? Because it was cheaper. Internal SSDs tend to be about 30% cheaper than the external ones, and you can just buy like a little cable thing that'll turn it into an exterior one. But they're on sale on Amazon. And PS5 confirmed today that you can play your old PS4 games from an external drive. So I thought that'd be a wise investment. So I ordered that today. Should be here the weekend. A song called Timothy about 3 guys stuck in a mine, and Tim does not come out, but the other guys' tummies are full. So they ate poor Timmy. Shame. What did poor Timmy do to deserve being eaten? Maybe he was fatter. Maybe that's a really dark, dark thought. Uh, Finished Angel Season 2. That is exciting news. It's like I said last time, Angel's got a really weird thing where a lot of its seasons end with like mini arcs. In season two's case, it's going to Pylea in that little kind of like 4 episode adventure they have at the end. But you have a new main character that comes back with them. You've been introduced to Fred. Yeah, it's a little bit weird from a structure point of view, but I think that one fares better than some of the other ones do. I think season three's does feel like it has like a mini arc at the end, but it feels more ingrained into the ongoing plot. Season four's is very weird. It's probably the weirdest one out of the bunch. I shall not spoil anything though. Jeremy Irons, George Mackay starring in Robert Harris adaptation Munich for Netflix. Nothing to do with the Spielberg movie of the same name. Robert Harris's acclaimed novel. Set in 1938, as Europe stands on the brink of war, the film follows Hugh Legat, if I'm pronouncing that right, a British civil servant, and Paul von Hartmann, German diplomat, who travel to Munich for an emergency conference. As negotiations begin, the two old friends find themselves at the centre of a web of political subterfuge and very real danger. Okay. Jeremy Irons in a political debate doesn't sound like such a bad thing for him. Can't say I'm super excited by the prospect. It's just been a light couple of days, movie news wise. Oh, and obviously Sean Connery passing away is kind of the bigger thing. Kevin Bacon joins action thriller One Way. Andrew Baird's directing. In One Way, Freddy goes on the run with a bag full of cash after a robbery of his former crime boss goes wrong. With a potentially fatal wound, he slips onto a bus headed to the unrelenting California desert. After a call for help, Freddy's estranged father, played by Bacon, betrays him, notifying the crime boss where he is. With his life slipping through his fingers, Freddy is left with very few choices to survive. It's hard. I mean, I like Kevin Bacon well enough. It's hard to assume that anything that he's in these days is going to be anything other than just like, at best, D grade cheap trash. I have to admit. I'm unfamiliar with the director, though. I have to admit. Are you and Carl going to be reviewing Mank, or are you too mad at David Fincher? I am pretty mad at David Fincher. Let me look up Mank here and see the details because I'm not super familiar. Is this his new Netflix movie? Oh, it's about the creation of Citizen Kane. I did not know this. About the writer of Citizen Kane. Starring Garrett Ullman and Amanda Seyfried. You know, it might be on the cards. We're looking at dabbling back into 121. Part of me really wants to not put any 121s out until January, just so I can say it's coming back on 121, because I think that's kind of cool. But truth is, we've actually got 2 French movies we did back in like April, still waiting to go out. So those will probably go out soon. In fact, I'll probably edit one and put it out tomorrow on Patreon at least. I finished Little Hope. They had to teach the next game. Wait, what? Oh, Little Hope, as in the the Until Dawn people's things. Had a teaser for the next game, and it looks like it's going to be Middle East story with Pizzazu and the Military Squad. Man of Medan was still my favorite. I find those games kind of frustrating to play. I get really anxious and bored, if I'm honest, with your Until Dawns and your Heavy Rains. Heavy Rain I played all the way through, and it seemed cool at first, but I got really frustrated. What did David Fincher do? Oh, he got bored making a TV show, so decided that there's no Mindhunter for at least a few years, maybe ever. Despite the fact that he set up an ongoing thread that was clearly meant to last seasons and seasons and have a payoff. I wasn't even that mad about it when Cindy said, but just being asked to explain it, I got mad telling you what it was. Also, hey Fletcher. Max on the radar. December 4th, that's out. I assume this is a Netflix movie, isn't it? Does it say on the it does say in the poster, there you go. Netflix. Oh yeah, okay, very good. Oh, I know I ranted about it in the TV news. I know that's why you know about it. I wanted to see how it was pulled off in the show with these versions of these characters and everything else. I don't know. Del Toro's claimed a lot of projects that never happened. What's this? Samuel Goldwyn picks up action thriller Knuckle Dust. North American rights to James Kermack's action thriller called Knuckle Dust for release later this year. Okay. In Knuckle Dust, police discover an elite fight club where they find 7 underground levels filled with the dead bodies of fighters from around the world. Only one man is found left alive. The task force has to work out if he's a mass murderer or the lone survivor. This looks generic as shit, which is a shame because the premise doesn't sound completely terrible. But the title and the poster make me think it's going to be really lame. So I can't blame you. Regular news obviously has been. I may notice it. Our like overall numbers are down a little bit over the last few days, and I get it. I get why. I get why. There'll be a lot of PlayStation news tomorrow because the embargoes for a lot of it are lifting. So we're going to get to know a lot more about the console, how it works, and some of the games. So I'm looking forward to being a news dump tomorrow. I expect I'll waste a lot of time tomorrow just reading news for my own entertainment's sake. Fake love me so. That's an interesting premise. Creepshow Halloween special was great. I never watched the new season. Or the new season? I never watched the show, I suppose is more accurate a way of phrasing what I meant there. Yeah, not a lot of news today. Movie wise, that is. Video game news is, obviously happening. The Xbox Series X review embargo lifted today. What's weird though is that they let it be previewed so much that there was nothing new, like information wise. It was all just kind of people saying if it was worth a buy or not, on top of all the stuff we already knew. And the general consensus was it's a good machine, it's probably going to be great in the future, but right now it doesn't really have any next gen games to actually show off what it can actually achieve. But as a backwards compatible machine, it's very capable. Otherwise, I mean, not a whole lot today. I guess I'm just trying to remember if there's any other just say tidbits worth mentioning. No, I think that's about it. So, yeah, I like the idea of incorporating a news segment into most of the regular streams. Although When there's not been any news, there's not been any news. And of course, the election's still not quite done, but there's some positive looking states and a lot of really dumb people on TV saying really stupid things that they don't understand. People on the right outright saying things that would actually make Trump lose until it's explained to them that they would lose if they did what they were asking. Hopefully it's just over soon. Hopefully things work out. How is everyone? How are people? Yeah, we stop counting. If we stop counting right now, you lose anyway. Uh, fraud. This is fraud. There's fraud happening. Losses. Petulant little child who has no idea what he's doing. So yes, welcome everyone to the show. I don't know why I keep saying that, but ooh, what size is it, Fletcher? I was I think I said last stream that I was going to get another good computer monitor, one that was like 4K as opposed to high refresh rate. Although I realized that essentially a 4K TV that's maybe about 40 inches would, to replace the TV I've got on my desk right now, would actually be a better buy and actually be slightly more expensive but with better features. 65 inches. That ain't bad. For 220, that is really good, actually. Our Black Friday sales ain't that good. A 65-inch 4K TV gonna cost a lot more than that here, even with a sale. I was expecting you to say like 40 inches there at most. Oh yeah, that's a good point, actually. What brand is it? what is the company? I'm going to go out on a limb here and say it's not Samsung or Sony or anything like that. Hisense, maybe? TCL? I think it's a cheap American brand. You guys, I don't think you guys have Philips for TVs. It's on, which I've yeah, I've never heard of that. On. Hey, you know what? Even if it will last like a year, as long as it works, $228 worth is that size of TV for a year is pretty good. The one I got in the main room earlier this year was 70 inches, and I've been pretty happy with it. Although calibrating all the settings for like the HDR images took a lot of like research and trial and error and making it look right. So you might have to do a little bit of tinkering to make sure HDR looks good, because there's all the things that you've ever heard about what you should do in your TV settings when it comes to contrast, color, brightness, and all that. That'll still be true for when you're setting the regular SDR picture, but when you're setting HDR, all those rules change because it works differently. So all of a sudden, instead of wanting color to stay around 50, like the midway point, depending on how your TV counts it, you actually want the color to be up really high, if not outright full, on some TVs, because HDR uses it properly and something. I don't know. The point is that I had a lot of things that I thought my opinion on HDR for the first like month I had it was that it's not that good, and that I actually prefer SDR, only to find that the way you set the settings is so different that I just Like once I actually went through a couple of different guides and I sort of split the difference for the my own taste. I was like, oh wait, this actually does look really good. It's just there's a lot of tinkering involved. But yeah, so I mean, I'll get anything anytime soon. It'll be after the new year, but I think that's one of the first things I'll probably purchase next year is a new sort of mid-sized TV for my desk and get rid of the current one. Um, and mainly it's just because I need another good monitor and a 4K TV will do that. And secondly, it'd be nice to be able to play the PS5 in here without like giving up all of the extra features that it has. So I'll do that sometime early next year. I want to look like it does in the store, but they say that's a special setting that's only for displays. Honestly, Cindy, you think you want it looks like it does in the store, but I wouldn't because some TVs actually let you turn that on. Like my TV, that's actually in the setting does like a storefront display mode. Um, but it's actually a really bad calibration for like what images are supposed to look like. The reason why they do that for stores is because stores are so brightly lit and they want it to really pop so it catches people's eyes. Because people have this weird thing where the brightest TV in the store there has to be the best quality one because it's brighter, which isn't accurate at all. So you say you want it, Cindy, but I think you would actually very quickly realize that in a home like normal lit or dark setting, you'd be like, no, this looks terrible. Or at the very least, it would hurt your eyes after a while. Hey, rude boy. Um, just for the love of all things, everyone, make sure your motion smoothing is turned off, your MPEG noise reduction is turned off. Those things just make everything look worse. The motion smoothing especially just makes everything look like it's moving unnaturally. Um, and it's usually turned on by default. And I hadn't seen it properly until I got the new TV because I'd kind of like the last time I'd bought TVs was before it started being on every single TV. So when I booted up the new TV earlier this year for the first time and I saw movement on something, I was like, "Oh my god!" This, and I knew what it was because I'd heard all the stories about it, but I'd never actually seen it in person, and I was like, "Oh my god, this looks terrible. Why would they do this?" And I'm back. Yeah. So apparently I remember the first time I had a TV with the motion smooth. I was like, "Why does Friends look like a soap opera?" Yeah, that's kind of what it does. Apparently, it's good for like high frame rate sport. Like if you watch like a sport game and it's just that. Apparently, that's where it kind of works. Like it's supposed to like help you follow the ball or the puck or whatever better. Um, Although just higher frame rates would be better than motion smoothing. But that's a whole nother topic for another time. But yes. The problem with calibrating TVs is that every manufacturer like names things differently. They all have different baseline numbers, so everything's there's no just one thing fits all. But turning off motion smoothing and MPEG reduction and like black boosting or color enhancer, like anything like that, turn it all off. It's all garbage. It's all cheap gimmicks to make it sound like it's high tech. All it's doing is making the image worse and less natural. So yes, that has been your TV tech discussion for the day. Hope you've enjoyed it. Wesker and Garrus are passed out on the bed. Firefly is somewhere else snooping around. Well, I say snooping, he's probably asleep. Hmm. I had a very delightful katsu curry last night. I ordered some Japanese food. My place I hadn't ordered from before, and I've had chicken katsu curry before from other places. Like I used to go to a Japanese restaurant back when I was in university. There was one in the city near where I went, and I used to like going there occasionally. Uh, so I was delighted to find that there was a Japanese takeout that had opened, because there's not a lot of that here. It's all Chinese. There's a lot of Chinese and Indian takeout, but and decent amount of. There's a lot of pizza. I'd say there's maybe only a reasonable amount of actual Italian food, which I do get. Like I love ordering Italian food. Some nice spicy chicken pasta. It goes down a treat. But or some Japanese food, and it was delightful. My only problem is that it's the typical thing where you have to order X amount for delivery. So I ended up getting 2 meals because why not? So the total I spent on the takeout was a bit higher than I usually do. So it's going to be the trade off if I ever want the Japanese food again. I'm going to have to decide to eat a little extra cost. Why do I get the sense that this Japanese grill place isn't super Japanese, given the quotation marks there, Fletcher? Plus, it's nice to have something else in rotation. I will admit, like, giving up cheese and therefore pizza has meant that taking that out of the rotation for takeout food has, every so often I'll be like, I wish I could, get that. But, you rotate through Chinese, Indian, Italian, and chippy, or chip shop for anyone. I don't know how to explain a chip. Basically, when you think of like traditional British fish and chips, a chippy's a takeout place that does that, but also other things with chips. You can get sausage with chips, steak pie with chips. You can get a deep fried pizza with chips. That's called a pizza crunch. You get like a half cheese pizza that's been dipped in batter. Is completely unhealthy. I've never been a fan, I'm not a big batter person, honestly. I typically order the special fish, which comes in a nice breadcrumb coating, and it's a higher quality cut haddock. That's very nice. The regular fish and chips tends to be the cheaper fish, but it's just got regular batter on it, and I'm not as into that as much. Yeah. So that's the rotation. So I've added Japanese food to it. So now I have Japanese, Chinese, Italian, chippy. And if it's earlier in the day, Subway. I can order a Subway. I've also ordered KFC once or twice in the past, but I always kind of regret it. I never feel that satisfied. It's like, yeah, this is fine when it's just like I'm walking by one and it happens to be lunchtime, but there's something about paying the delivery fee for a KFC, making it a takeout level price. It just makes it feel really unfulfilling. It's just not good enough to justify it. There's probably a couple of things I could find. I'm not super adventurous though. That said though, most of the stuff that is available is just lots more of what I've described. There's a ton of Chinese options, there's a ton of Indian options. There's a couple of like burger places and stuff like that. I gave up burgers though. I have to say I love cheeseburgers, but I think I miss pizza more than burgers. A good pizza anyway. I would take a good burger over a bad pizza, don't get me wrong. Maybe that's an obvious thing to say, but good to good, I think I miss the pizza more. I might have succeeded in making everyone hungry. I apologize. I'm actually okay. I'm not that hungry. I had dinner earlier and I was munching on some nuts for the last like hour, so I'm pretty full right now, which is why I don't feel guilty or why I don't feel hungry talking about food so much. I can only imagine that I've made everyone upset at me, and that's why everyone's not saying anything. I'll just keep talking about food. I'm being paranoid. I'm checking. I'm still streaming because it took me a couple of minutes to notice on Tuesday, the internet had cut out. I was just kind of sitting talking to myself. Still full from dinner. That's good news. I air fried a hamburger patty over the weekend and ended up having it even more fat than 2 strips of bacon, which I sometimes make. Yeah, the bacon we have here tends to be different. We tend to have like I guess medallion bacon more than the strips of bacon. I'm not a big fan of fat from meat, so I'm glad we have different types of bacon. Again, it's not something I've really eaten in a while now, but when I had pork chops, I'd never eat the fat part. Like I'd always just cut that off. Now you can save for me. Mm-hmm. A popcorn paprika with a new TV. I have to admit, I've gotten used to the 70-inch TV. Like the wow factor's kind of worn off, but unlike past TVs, it doesn't feel small though either. I used to have a projector with an 84-inch projection screen, so that's kind of like my benchmark for like, okay, it feels like a movie theater now. Um, so one day I will go nuts and when I can afford a big like giant 80+ inch OLED, I'll do it. But gotta get a lot more patrons before I before I'm in the market for a 5 grand TV. I'll get there though. And something else I was thinking about having to do down the line is replacing my audio in the main room because the 4K can't pass through my AV receiver. I have to connect the PS5 and like my 4K stick to the TV, and then the audio goes from the TV to the receiver. The problem with that is that it limits the audio formats that can be used. So it's not like a big like priority. Like there's tons of things I'd rather get first, but eventually I'm going to have to either get a new AV receiver or call it quits on the 5.1 and just get a nice maybe a soundbar with a subwoofer. I do like having the speakers though. No worries, Bob. Yeah, we did. We kind of because episode 4 of Fargo we watched and then we couldn't record that night for whatever reason, and we kept pushing it back during the week, and it got to the point where we're just like 2 days from the next one. We said, okay, let's just watch the 5th one and we'll talk about 4 and 5 together. So we both watched 5, and then we had to push the review a day, and when we came back the next day to talk about like 4 and 5, we both just kind of had this really apathetic kind of, it was fine. I have nothing to say. I have nothing to talk. There was no enthusiasm to talk about it. So it just kind of, that was it. Unfortunately, I don't like when we do that, but if it's ultimately you can't really force the enthusiasm when it's not there. I've got one zinger left. Maybe I'll pop that later. Hmm. Maybe tonight? Maybe, yeah. I was considering maybe watching a movie on Shudder to potentially pilot the additional solo horror movie review show. Hmm. If I remember correctly, it's about a sort of like fraud, paranormal, like web streamer who does like exorcisms or something like that, or haunted house stuff. But then, of course, stuff ends up being real on this particular case. They have one at work. They bring your work has a popcorn popper. How odd. Narai the Curse. We are going to watch that. Yep, because I owe Cindy a Japanese movie, and that was the one that I had my eye on. Oh, 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 oh. I'm not into anime, and I'm definitely not into musicals, Bob. So good luck convincing me to even look at that. What was the movie we are probably watching? The Cleansing Hour, I think was the name. I'll go check Shudder. Let's go see what it was called. Oh, there's a new thing called Blood Vessel. Is this a TV show or a movie? Let's find out. The movie, 93 minutes. Somewhere in the North Atlantic, late 1945, a little raft adrift at sea, and in it the survivors of a torpedoed hospital ship. With no food, water, or shelter, all seem lost until an abandoned German minesweeper drifts ominously towards them, giving them one last chance at survival. A Shudder exclusive. That's another future one. I just wanted to click on it and see what it was. I mean, maybe we should do that because the newest one, I don't know. There's not a new one every week though, so it'd be easy to go back and like fill in the blanks. But yeah, cleansing hour. Yeah, the cleansing hour. 2020, 94 minutes. Directed by Damien Levesque. We're not gonna take it. No, we're not gonna take it. 5.9 IMDb, not bad for us. I love that that's not bad for us. We're not gonna take it. No, we're not gonna take it. We're not gonna take it anymore. I'm going to sing it full Scottish. Very easy to take a song and just put my thick Scottish accent on it. Well, as if you're Scottish. Not so much if you're anyone else. Oh, pardon me. Do, 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 do. You can't put Scottish in the creator mode. That's because it's already Scottish. Yes, you're right. I can't re-Scottishize something that was already Scottish. Uh, yeah, La Llorona has already been reviewed. It's just not. It's just not out yet. Ooh. Am I going to review it hashtag alive? I don't remember what it is. That doesn't mean no though. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. I don't need no time to bleed. Netflix Korean zombie horror. Oh, um, I mean, not off the table by any means. Admittedly, Peninsula is more on our radar, of course, being the sequel to Train to Busan, which was a Korean zombie film that we loved in 2016. So, a dark song. I've heard of a dark song. No question, Fletcher. No question. Just move on. Just move on. Dee, 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 dee. Dee, 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 dee. Dee, 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 dee. Dee, 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 dee. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Tss, tss. Dun, 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 dun. Tss, tss. Dun, dun, dun. Tss, dun, dun, dun. I'm singing the theme tune of Assault on Precinct 13. It's Hollywood. I feel like there's more anti-magic movies than there is pro-magic. Usually evil and stuff. And I know some that are very, very even and balanced. There's like good music users, good magic users, and bad magic users. I can't speak apparently tonight. Yes, but the creator of Harry Potter is more evil than magic is, so the null point of this juncture. Accurate. What do you mean accurate? Not to belittle any beliefs anyone has here, but the thought of calling a movie about magic accurate is amusing to me. Okay, sure. Based on rituals that people actually perform, sure. Do those rituals actually achieve anything? As I will be extremely skeptical of such a thing. God damn it. I'm not actually tired. I'm just yawning all of a sudden. Maybe this is saying the snack. Or a sign that perhaps we should be watching a movie. Then I think these are all valid options. Pause that Tiberius film. Is that first? New desktop audio. Play and see what happens. It says a Shudder original first for me. And then it says Scubalon. And then DDI. Yeah, the cleansing hour, Fletcher. Sun Shudder. I'm getting no Tiberius films, Rude Boy. Like, that's literally not one of the ones that popped up. Are you on the right movie? The Cleansing Hour. Directed by Damien Levesque. 2020. I was on The Cleansing. Well, it's a good job you checked. It'd have been really funny if, like, 5 minutes in, you were, like, confused as to what we were all talking about. Now, for anyone who missed it, this is kind of there's a purpose to this one. This is they may give you another 3 months, Fletcher, but sometimes when you try and leave, they offer you a free month to stick around because it kind of did that to me. Um, but there's a purpose behind this. Is that I'm thinking of doing a new solo show where to turn some of the movies we watch on streams into some content. Um, a sort of solo review show for horror movies. It's just Shudder exclusives. So it would kind of take Shudder movies away from streams, which we don't do much of on streams. Like we do the occasional one. For the most part, it tends to be just other things. Um, but there's a constant stream of Shudder movies coming out, so figured it might be a nice little project. And I would never do this if it was like adding on an extra job, but because we tend to watch movies on streams, I thought this could be something that we do. You know, once a week we'll do a Shudder movie, and then I'll review it after the fact. It won't start too soon, though. It won't start too soon. I mean, I wonder. Yeah, we'll give people a little bit of a chance to fill her in. What are the logos? Oh, I don't know. I've unplayed it. I'll resume. Hold on. There's a Shudder original, and then Scubalon, then DDI. Yeah, that's all there is. That just comes up saying a Scubalon production and so on and so on. That's what we're doing. So I'm hoping this is a good idea, and this is something that can be like an extra little 20-minute, 30-minute review every week. Scuba lawn. Scuba lawn, where are you? You got some place to be now. Scooby Dooby Doo, where are you? You've got some place to be now. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, does whatever a spider can. I don't know the rest of the lyrics, but I know the tune. Ah, dear. Do 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 do. Is he strong? Listen, bud. He's got the radioactive blood. Is that really the lyrics? All this time, and that's what it was. I know it ends with "Look out, here comes the Spider-Man." That bit also sticks out. Max and Drew are millennial entrepreneurs who've made themselves famous with a webcast they created called The Cleansing Hour, which streams live exorcisms. The catch: each exorcism is an elaborately staged. Each exorcism is elaborately staged. End of sentence. Until today, when Drew's fiancée, today's actress in the chair, turns out to actually be possessed. Will Max and Drew be forced to tell their 20 million viewers, or are they pawns in a greater demonic conspiracy? A Shudder original, starring Ryan Guzman, Kyle Gallner, and Alex Angelis. Angelis? Oh baby, the evil version of Angel from the hit television show Buffy the Vampire Slayer. A great name. I get it. Things are still being counted. Everyone's very tense. Looking like Biden might take Georgia, though, which would be a pretty big surprise and deal. Zan, 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 zan. Zan, zan, zararan. Zararan. He's the generic president you always see. Is that reassuring? I guess just to have someone who actually sounds presidential and coherent when he speaks is just such an upgrade that I'll take it. Bland but dependable. That's what you want at this point. Yep. Oh, pardon me. CNL's better than Trump. That's all I have to say about that. Hmm. I hear a noise in the distance. Who's outside at 3 a.m.? Okay. Here's a question: do we rate what is probably a full hour for David? Is that something we consider doing? Yeah, where are those little scoundrels? Not like both of them to miss a night. I mean, obviously, occasionally someone will be busy doing something, but for both of them, what sort of wacky, busy lives are they leading right now? Hey, Christopher. Why are we using the word commie in 2020? I'm not, I feel like I'm reading the transcript from a 1950s conversation here. No, we've not started yet. Bob, do not worry. I mean, I'm not a communist. I don't really have any strong feelings in the matter. Um, it's just kind of weird to me how much of a derogatory term it's been used as in the context here. Like, are people still scared of communism? Is that still a thing people are like worried about taking over? It was like a really extreme, odd, outdated accusation to make to me. Hmm. Yeah, people do like their buzzwords. I mean, I have no problem people having a good sense of what my political views are, but yes, this is not a place for a deep political discussion by any means. Oh, like everything needs to crack. Despite saying I wasn't hungry earlier, I'm starting to have a slight peckish vibe. I wonder if I should. Nah, it's too early. I'm going to have to eat something at some point again later because dinner was a while ago now. But I'm not quite there yet. I'm not at proper food levels yet. Am I still framed up properly? Mm, not properly, but it's not terrible either. Can live with it. With the pandemic going on, maybe you can shoot a cheap movie about this. I'm going to upset you here, Cindy, and tell you that I've never had enchiladas. At least I don't think I have. What do Mexican restaurants serve? What, you mean here? I'm sure enchiladas are on the menu. I've only been to a Mexican restaurant a couple of times. I had to order food for the first time. The problem is though, is I stream much later than like places are delivering. Typically, usually stuff stops delivering by 11 p.m. and I don't start streaming till like 2 a.m. on a normal day. So it'd have to be something I reheat, which would maybe take away some of the charm away from it. Tim Kami was the guy with information. Oh, my exposition machine. Oh, tonight's coming out in home video on the 15th of December. Look at that. And where's Bob? Um, I mean, Taco Bell's delivering now, Cindy. I could literally order Taco Bell and try it on stream. Although, it has to be said, the Taco Bell that opened up doesn't have good ratings on the ordering website. Did there end up being a lot of fireworks? Yeah, they were kind of on and off, like, throughout the main hours of the night. I actually forgot what day it was. Like, I heard a firework at like 5 o'clock and went, oh, that's today. Then they were just kind of going off intermittently throughout the night. Oh no, don't risk it. Yeah, I'm afraid nothing's delivering at 3 a.m. Oh, there's a pizza and curry house called the Amano. That I've not tried. Very fancy. Dear. So many Indian places. There's so many of them. I can order from Tim Hortons. Not just now, but when it's open. Yeah, it was November 5th, Elsa. Gay Fox Night. Or Bonfire Night, or whatever you want to call it. Wait, is Tim Hortons been taken off this? You have to go through, like, the other place? Or maybe they just don't accept orders when they're not home. Oh yeah, they're still here. I am the one and only, the only one I'll ever be. 'Cause I am the one and only, the only one. hey, one of the at least we got one of them. We were like, oh, Elsa or Tyler has to show up eventually. Bonfire. So basically, 5th of November uh, is the anniversary of when Guy Fawkes tried to blow up Parliament, and fireworks are set off to kind of emulate what the explosions would have looked like. It's really weird. But it's just, yeah, so every year, a week after Halloween, on the 5th of November, is the night that people in the UK set off fireworks and have bonfires. Yes, V for Vendetta is probably the most mainstream kind of uh, not adaptation of it because it's like a fictionalized like sort of futuristic redo of it, but it's the sort of thing that Americans will actually know, remember the 5th of November from, whereas that's just something we hear in school as a kid. Fireworks in the UK are bonfire night and New Year's. We don't have July 4th. We don't have an equivalent of Scottish holiday. Well, it was more about. I don't remember the story that well, but hold on, let me get you some facts. Oh, go away. Dear. I literally haven't heard of any of this since I was at school. Uh, and like early school as well. Yeah, it's the failure that's celebrated, not the actual thing. Yes. This is more of an English thing than a Scottish thing, to be fair, Elsa. This was something I remember being taught this in like primary two, which was 24 years ago at this point. King James was Scottish. Well, yeah, but like most Scottish people don't really claim to Parliament or English history. All right, just because the king happened to be Scottish at the time. So, version of Cinco de Mayo. I guess. No one really cares about what it's celebrating though. People just like setting off fireworks. That's basically what it is now. Man, it was 1605. That was a long time ago. Oh, hey, Bob. Da, 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 da. Ba, 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 ba. Oh yeah, Guy Fawkes Night's not a day off school thing. Don't have to go to school. It's not a work holiday either. Which is kind of like Halloween, I guess. Halloween doesn't get any special treatment in that sense. Hmm. Oh no. I may click that. Begone, window. Begone. An excuse to drink. Isn't that what for St. Patrick's Day is for? Americans keep creating celebrations for us Mexicans. Mexico didn't have a Dia de los Muertos parade until Hollywood decided that James Bond would look cool in one. Americans are obsessed with celebrating everything. Like watching American movies growing up and seeing like just the extent of the Christmas decorations and the fact that anyone puts up Halloween decorations was like, whoa, all these holidays are taken so seriously. Yeah, no one's twisting the UK's arm to have Black Friday anymore, or these days, Red Boy, but I still think it's stupid. We don't have Thanksgiving, and yet all of a sudden we have Black Friday. There's a there's a weird thing that happens over time because of movies. Like the idea of the prom, like was never called the prom in the UK, but over time because of movies, it's kind of like what kids call it now, but it never used to be. Hell, even high school. I think technically it's called secondary school here, but I think just at a certain point because of TV and movies, Everyone just sort of started calling it high school. Did I see that Tom Scott video about Jingle Bells Batman smells? I did not. I'm familiar with the song, but uh, not this particular rendition. Assuming it is indeed someone singing that song. It was Robin Flew Away in the UK until a Simpsons episode aired where they sang the US version, and then there was a huge spike and Robin laid an egg. Yeah, oh, it makes sense. Well, yeah, I've always sang Robin Flew Away. I'd never said it laid an egg. Robin flew away, and the Joker got away. Hey, yeah. Hmm. Those are things that are like weird censorship things. Like when I was a kid, the Turtles cartoon was Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles because someone thought Ninja was too violent sounding. The movie was never called that, I don't think, though. I could be wrong. It did change at one point. I didn't stay that like. By the time I was already like kind of getting into my double digits, it was kind of well known that it was actually Ninja. And then by the time anything came out in the 2000s, it was Ninja everywhere. But it was the thing. If you go back to those original UK airings of the cartoon, it wasn't Ninja, it was Hero. It sounds like I'm probably in that age group, but for whatever reason, I never adapted the egg version. And I did watch The Simpsons at the time, but I don't know. El Grito was celebrated in September 15th at midnight, which is when Independence War started in Mexico. I'm guessing Americans couldn't say Septiembre. I went with my own stuff. What's wrong with Septiembre? Doesn't seem that hard. All things, I'm probably saying it wrong now that I'm saying that, but still, doesn't seem that hard. Could be easy enough. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Oh dear. I'm thinking that last Twizzler's time is numbered in minutes at this point. Not everyone is blessed with your magical abilities to pronounce Spanish words. I guess. I mean, I'm. If you throw French words at me, I will absolutely crash and burn. Maybe Spanish is just a bit more my wavelength. Twizzler's time. Not Twizzler. Is that what I called it? The Twinkie, the Raspberry Twinkie, whatever that's called. Because Twizzlers suck. They're boring. They barely taste anything. I think you're the Mexican nanny as a kid and you just don't remember. I don't know if I've ever seen a Mexican person in Scotland. Never mind being nannied by one of them. French designed to be pronounced wrong, so French people can get mad at you for trying to be good sport and speaking their language. Vivi! You have any candy left? Yeah, there's some candy left. I don't really want most of it right now, though. I'll have the last Twinkie, and I'll have some proper food after the stream, I think. There probably is, Cindy, but I've never encountered them in my travels. Zingers, that's what it was. That's what they're called. The Zingers. I am acknowledging that I've read those last few comments. I have nothing to add to any of them. Oh, you may be right, Elsa. I just think they're pretty tasteless and kind of rubbery. I don't know. I get a lot out of it. Before you know it, it'll be a taco truck in every corner. No taco trucks here. There are food trucks though, which typically serve burgers and breakfast food and buns. Breakfast food and buns is a pretty common thing here. Sausage, bacon, egg, whatever. And what we call a roll. Roll's very kind of is very specific though. Like that tends to vary a lot in different parts of the UK. Some places will call it a bap. Some places will call it a bun. Some places will call it something else. Well, I don't think you can just go and walk in because it's 2020, but I'm going to go out on a limb here and assume that it's not actually Mexicans in Taco Bell, but I could be wrong. My expectations is to walk in and find some nasally little teenage snot being like, "Welcome to Taco Bell. Can I take your order?" Something sounding like that, which is definitely not Mexican. That was an accurate impression of a Scottish moron, just for the record. A real. The monster I had earlier had Halo Infinite on the can, which is very amusing given that that's been delayed to no one knows when. Dear. What was it? I suppose we might as well give it like 25 minutes, see if David appears, and then watch the movie. I'm gonna go get my zinger though. I'm gonna go do that. I'll be back in a second, guys. Back. Although the crinkling is enjoyable. They don't do double stuffed Oreos here. I'd totally be into them if they did though, because the middle is the best part. Well, that was the last one. We're all done. Oh, Firefly wants to come in. I would like to address the people of YouTube. Oh, I'm sorry, Firefly. Let me go. Oh, there we go. You're good. You're good. He's happy. He's happy. Yeah. He's happy. He snuggles. This poor cat is purring away. How come Gareth is getting so many meal infos? Michael. They do love Gareth's Firefly. You have to step up your game. Win over the hearts and minds of the people. Do you win second place? Yeah, those warheads are dead last. Let's not kid ourselves here. Firefly. You're covering a lot of the screen. You do realise that I have to see that from time to time. Mr. Puddikins. Mr. 10-year-old Puddikins as of this month. How do we get warheads to cover? I'll happily pass along what I've got left. Just trick him into putting them on his wish list, like you did me. Oh my God. Yes, Firefly. Oh, he's coming back. He's coming back. Oh. He's purring so much, he's a happy kitty. He's a super happy kitty. About time he came in and entertained the fans, cat. He's sitting on my not even sitting, he's standing on my knee, just kind of like, I shall stay here. I am contemplating my next move. Did you have that last chocolate that Fletcher sent you? Which chocolate was that? Last chocolate that Fletcher sent. Was it Firefly? He's trying to sabotage the mic arm. Firefly, what are you doing? They're still there. Steve Coogan, yeah or nay? I used to think nay, but then I actually watched all the good Alan Partridge stuff and kind of became more of a fan. So I guess yay, but not yay to everything. Is key. Firefly, just pick what you're doing. If you're going to be on my lap, then be on my lap. If you're going to go over somewhere else, then do it. But you keep circling. Because you're a menace. You're a furry ginger menace. Firefly. He really is. He's an absolute terror at times. Because I saw the Alan Partridge movie, Alpha Papa, without having seen anything else of it and liked it quite a bit, and then went back and watched the show. The newer season they did, much years later, I didn't think was that good, but the original one was pretty funny for the most part. Oh. Firefly. Oh yes, I'm assuming everyone enjoyed the sour candy attempt. Stupid warheads. Firefly is finally settled. He is lying across the legs. Never seen that. I saw the Parole Officer when it came out, I think. I think I saw that in theaters now, thinking about it. In fact, was that the first movie I ever saw with boobs in it? In the theater, that is. Not at home, but like the first time I saw boobs in a theater. It may have been. I feel like that's what stuck out to me about it. Did I have any more of the mango? Not as of yet, no. Although Firefly's got my hand trapped now. I'm glad he's calmed down, but he's completely putting all his weight on my hand. Which sentence? That sounds accurate, Fletcher. Truffle oil. Can't say I'm familiar with the concept of truffle oil. Powerful flavor of poop, throw up, and pure evil. I feel like poop and throw up already sounds like pure evil. I'm intrigued by what the pure evil is as a separate third entity. Oh, let's see. Well, I'm fussy, but I'm definitely not a food snob. I'm way more food layman, for sure. You're okay, Firefly, you're okay. Okay. I have that. Probably have any updates to give you about stuff coming up soon. There's going to be an extra Ace episode. this week. We've got Explorers coming in between the two regular episodes. Pacific Rim's up first though. Look forward to that. Is there a movie or something going on tonight? Yeah, we're going to be watching The Cleansing Hour, which is a Shudder exclusive. I'm thinking about starting a new sort of solo review show where I do a Shudder exclusive every week. And we'll watch it on stream before I do so. Yeah. I mean, we don't need David, but it was just. I was willing to give him the time to show up should he appear. If he doesn't show up, but you know, a normal time, we'll go ahead with that. Mm-hmm. I thought there was anything else specifically to tell you about stuff that's upcoming. It's business as usual for the most part. Yeah. Screams will be back with a regular weekly episode early next week. You get a Trek, you get a Twilight Zone, you get a Babylon 5. You'll get next Discovery review. We don't really need to watch the movie tonight. Very selective quotation there. I'm going to need that handbag soon, Firefly. My left hand's actually starting to get a little bit sore. Oh, I don't. I went wrong. It doesn't matter. Very personal question. Maybe it'll give you some coordinates, I'm sure, on each response. Yeah, you're just asking which country and or state. Da-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh geez, well hopefully they come back negative, Christopher. I assume you're not feeling any symptoms or anything like that, though, since you're just waiting for a test. Nevada's taking ages to count as well, for some reason. Fletcher's giving me this image of Alaska just always being in a snowstorm with no roads. Like every single time you have to get anywhere in Alaska, you've got a big like snow plow. Like try to get to the hotel on the shiny. Yeah, I heard that too. I don't know if it was Denmark, but there's definitely a country in that region. That seems like a poor design choice. Oh, there's that scoundrel David. I quote, oh, come on. There's a lot of contextual omissions happening here. The quote came up when talking about if we were waiting for you before we watched the movie. And I said, we don't really need David to watch the movie, is the full quote. But we'll give him a chance to appear. That was the whole thing. I will not have my words spun. Ah, Firefly, yeah, heart. Movie soon. Movie soon, yes. uh, I'm too not stressed, I'm not stressed. I'm too lethargic to bother to bother entertaining the threat. Which is I guess the story of my life. What movie? We're watching The Cleansing Hour, which is a Shudder exclusive. And is my pilot of sorts of the new Shudder exclusive running series that I might or might not do. I have no idea, David. The whole point of this new show is that every week I'll watch a movie on Shudder on a stream and then review it. I haven't checked if it's available anywhere else. If it's any consolation, though, we should be doing a Shudder movie every week. If that makes the Shudder sub easier to swallow. What to do? What? I never even said anything bad, or even it sounded bad. I, part of a sentence was taken out of context to make me look bad. For some reason, everyone's running with it, but have at it, peasants. Have at it. You try not to TV off the desk, Firefly, because you were making a bloody good go of it. Eh, eh. I think either one of those titles would work for the porn version of Netflix. Yeah, maybe. I guess we'll get started in a few minutes. If people would like to set up. Pure Flex is the Christian. Sounds painfully boring, Sunday. Painfully boring. Pure Flex. Okay. Oh. My legs are very numb, but I know when I take them down, they're going to go pins and needly. You want Firefly? Hmm? Same thing it means with Netflix. It's just funnier because they're pretending to be all pure and good and shit. Everything that went wrong with the internet, I just dropped out for a few hours. It was gone. Do they have The Exorcist? That's the real question. Okay, feet are coming down. I'm prepared for the pins and needles. Oh. I suppose I will get the couch in and whatnot. So you can just listen for a bit. That was not the most graceful of couch moves I've done, but it is what it is. I guess that'll do. Although Wesker, I've not actually spun the TV or anything. I'm gonna have to get back up. Pretty cat. Although I appreciate you coming up to say hello. I remember in high school there was a Mormon girl that took a playgirl to school. Is that because she was more repressed? She was desperate to look at some cock? Is that? Or is it just a no correlation? Just young curiosity. My God, cats everywhere. Yeah. Hey Wesker. Hey Wesker. Wait, do I have to pause it somewhere in to the logos because some of you assholes are watching ones versions that aren't on Shudder? Alright. Give me a minute. Couple things. Let me move my chat because that's on the TV right now. And that is tiny on there. I ain't gonna ask questions, Fletcher. Um, yeah, I don't know if I have FIP Entertainment actually. All I've got is Shudder Original, and then Scubalon, and then DDI. Those are the only three logos I have at the start of the movie. Oh, even Garrus is coming. Oh, he's going down. Went down to the floor. Firefly. Oh, mostly also it's just a way to kind of turn some of the movies we watch on stream into something else content wise. And there's so many horror movies that me and Tim don't even have time to cover that I thought packaging a show that's directly supposed to be this is just a Shudder exclusives review series that'll do. And a lot of horror fans tend to have Shudder. That's mm. I suppose, yeah. Pause at the start of DDI before it comes on the screen. So the black bit before DDI. Wesker. No. Oh, staring at me. Firefly. Oh, he's a little menace. Okay, so pause at the start of the DDI logo. For those of you who are joining in. We are watching The Cleansing Hour, which is a Shudder exclusive from this year. We're just about to get started. I think I'll dim the lights a little bit. I'm a little bit blown out. A little blown out, to be honest. Okay, guess that'll do. Alright, so we're pausing at the start of DDI. So be paused there. I'm going to count down 3, 2, 1 and press play. So here we go. Although now I'm flickering on there a little bit. Let me just see if I can fix that on the camera as opposed to. I don't think so. Garrus, could you stop doing that, please? You probably can't hear it, but he's sort of flicking a bit of cardboard, and it's like a very consistently annoying noise. I guess I'll put the lights back up a little bit. Oh. Okay. Okay. We are ready to go. So pause at the start of the DDI logo. We're going to count down 3, 2, 1 and press play. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, play. Off we go. Headphones on. I remember the trailer for this being okay. Are you the are you, are you the kind of guy, David, that would try to sue them for the never-ending story? Assassination 33 AD. I'm actually a little bit hurt that I vaguely remember what you're talking about. The guy in the yellow shirt is cosplaying his current day Keanu Reeves. No, you're breathtaking. Official church merch. What's the blue check mark? Very important business. Scarlet Von Cock. Is he flirting with the niece right in front of him? He's almost as bad a singer as I am. Uh, I haven't. I think I was planning on it. Is it worth reading, David? Would you recommend it? Peter Vincent in the movie. I get that reference. Doesn't sound terrible. I feel like Father Max is going to be prone to some scandals. He's not a real father though, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, the way it was framed with him with a towel, I really felt like it was about to go full frontal. Nothing says a guy's enjoying a blowjob quite like, let's just stop this right now and go have breakfast instead. This came out this year, so I assume so. Oh wait, unless you talk about Morbius, which is the Marvel one. I wonder, was Morbius meant to be out by the end of the year, so they expected this to come out after it? Was it important to tell us it was LA right now? I don't know. it was summer. Oh, this is was it Jeanette Von Koch or whatever the drag queen name was? I've forgotten it, of course, but there's a spider lady or this is weird. I was not expecting there to be like anything supernatural before the cleansing that goes wrong kind of thing. This makes me feel like it's more targeted, like something wants things to go the way they're going to go. It's not spooky enough, David. That's why. Okay, so she's the one that's going to actually get possessed then. Wait, we just cut to Washington? What? I did not expect this movie to be so spread out. What is a prayer cloth? It's what you use to wipe your jizz away after you've had your way with a choir boy. Oh, he's a viewer. We're getting a Truman Show style live audience. Father Max is a bit of a douchebag, right? The sound guy's having a weird night. I mean, I can stream in 4K if you want. I don't really know what it'd accomplish. My camera's not 4K. It'll make sure in 4K just so the gradient and the logo is more 4K. I don't know if I could do HDR, admittedly. I mean, is your laptop screen even 4K, rude boy? If your laptop screen's only 1080, then it doesn't matter. You'll just get 1080 no matter what. No matter how high I go. Okay, I'm digging the cheesy intro. Whoa, Tyler's appeared. We're watching the cleansing hour on Shudder, Tyler. With Father Max Tyler, apparently. She gonna flip a day. Oh, worldwide audience. He likes the Mindy Project. Oh. Stage 4? It's a whole stage higher than stage 3. Is the sound guy possessed? Is that what we're doing here? And he's going to transfer to the girl? Riley's on boom duty now. Oh no, the faucet is pouring out some gunk and or blood. I have never seen that in a movie before. Although this yellow and black cracked skin's kind of interesting. And the reflection. God. Damn cats. I mean, Boom makes in and of themselves are demons. Your arms get really tired holding that damn thing all day, I'll tell you. The fire looks a little bit dodgy, CG wise, but that was a funny moment. Ugh. Stage 4 for sure. The kid at the dinner table. That reaction was great. I think I kind of like that it's a targeted demon that's specifically here because of Max and not because it's just coincidence. Yeah. That said, though, the demon's been taking control of things around the room constantly. I've got a funny feeling the demon's going to control the camera as much as it wants. This rich kid's reactions to things are so far proving entertaining. Oh, what a shot! The demon's controlling the switcher. What is this weird subplot that's showing him to be like this sexual tyrannosaurus between these two ladies? It's it's almost like this is like in the room where Tommy Wiseau made Johnny be like the best person possible. Like it's almost like the actor wrote in this subplot himself, saying, "Yeah, talk about how big my dick is and how good I am in bed and yada yada yada." You read the synopsis of this movie? It's wild, interesting. Yeah, old hokey pokey. I feel like sometimes it's called a hokey cokey instead. Maybe that's a UK thing. The yeah, it's not even just naked hokey cokey. It's naked hokey pokey, which is like forced self torture. Hey, Garrus. They're going to find out who Tommy is and how he's responsible somehow for his death. Is she making them kneel on bottle caps? Thank you. I used to know the traffic police are just as lazy. Well, that's convenient. Like I said, Fletcher, convenient. Firefly. Firefly. Hey, there you go, cat. There you go. Is that some old underwear? It's not that far in. It's 42 40. We just hit Tyler. So still just under an hour left. Ah, the guy with the mustache and goatee. Yeah. I knew I recognized him from something. Yeah, if anything, I'm admitting that would be proof that there's something real going on, because otherwise, why would they admit it? Oh dear. Sorry, Firefly. Oh, that was a death. Oh, and then the shrug afterwards was pretty funny. Did you just get a Mary statue in the back of the head? Oh, it could have been. I thought it was Mary, but it could have been Jesus, I suppose. It went by rather quickly. No one seems to care that Riley get killed, though. They barely reacted to it. Yeah, that's not how videos look when they start to go low quality. We've all seen what YouTube looks like when your internet goes to shit, but it still works a little bit. We all know what 240p looks like, and it wasn't that. What's local? The packet loss? All this excitement of checking the Ethernet ports. They were never really connected. It's all supernatural internet. That was all terrible. Like I yeah, you would think it was an early 2000s movie with its internet logic. Sometimes you just got to turn it off and turn it back on again, yeah. Well, this nun was hardcore. The demon could indeed do that, yes. I don't know why he thinks he's safe in the cubicle. There's like a foot of open space at the bottom of the door on the side. Maybe the nun was a demon? That's none of your business. Whoa! There's a demon dog thing. Two of them. That's a fair analysis, yes. They're about to get him, right? Not as of yet, Tyler. But I'll say this: this movie's deaths are inventive. Because between the burning tattoo, the statue in the back of the head, and now this, like trying to slash the demon dogs, but just slicing himself and eventually his neck, they're all pretty unique. What about the guy in Korea? Is he hitting the heart? This is what we get to know. There's a Cenobite behind him? Oh no, it's an old lady. Did he kill the nun? Oh, the woman in the desert's really shocked. The nun's literally bashing his head into the desk. Oh, he didn't stab her. It was more of an accident. The pencil just happened to be there. We're in Dallas. Oh, it's on news as well now. I mean, the counter there was over 2.5 million. We've only seen like 10. Alright, sure. He's watching his future wife and his best friend both die at the same time. He's having a bad day. He's over there still dangling. 12 million? Wait, the news is just broadcasting the dead air screen? Oh, all sorts of wonderful deaths, Elsa. All sorts. Come on out, Garrus. Is the movie good? Um, I'm going to review it, so I'm not going to answer that. Whoa! Oh god, the Google glasses are going to be a vital plot element. It would matter that she hadn't told them, given that they're at the point where they're going to get married. I would care. Would you not care if she ever told, if someone you were with didn't tell you? I agree, it's not cheating though. It's definitely not cheating. But I don't believe you if you tell me you wouldn't feel something from it. Oh no, he filmed it. I mean, you're killing someone that's on a stream that's been watched by 12 million people, or 15 million now. You're not going to get away with this. I love that Elsa's not getting the context of what we said and just and just assuming things. Yeah, but you'd probably remember them if you met the person again, David, though, right? Next week's show better be amazing. Yeah, how are they going to live up to this? I won't be mad. If anything, I'll respect the ballsiness of that choice. Oh, well. The guy who was setting fire is just still lying there in the middle of the floor. Oh, it really is Saw. Da-da-dun. Dun, da-da-da-da-dun, da-da-dun. Dun, da-da-da-da-dun, da-da-dun. This is definitely a bigger ending than I was expecting. Wait, is is this actually is this full on Satan? This is going places I was not expecting. Yeah, I got the impression that the exorcism worked. They got rid of Ammon, but then the devil was already there. Wait, you don't remember? Oh, true. Everyone watching is possessed with the devil. I would never have predicted this ending. What a twist! What is this movie? This is such a weird movie. Like, I felt like the ending was the ending of two different movies. Because you didn't really need the devil showing up and possessing everyone to have your ending where the couple were happily forgiving each other and we got the funny ending of him getting verified. But at the same time, the devil ending where the whole world's screwed now because the devil's here, it feels like it's that ending to a separate movie. But we got both. Maybe it's meant to be the origin of 2020, this movie. No, no, no. His Instagram account got verified, Elsa. Oof. Certainly something. Oh. There's a firefly. You can't see it on the camera, but Firefly's got one paw on my leg. As if to say, human, it's time for good human. Oh, it's my puss puss. Did you enjoy the film Firefly? Yeah, so that was the first of what should be a weekly Shudder watches. Not bad, not bad. That was certainly an ending. It was. Oh, Firefly. Hey, that blue check mark's important. Yeah. Not Firefly. Oh. It's the cross of the 21st century. Yeah, it's kind of like a Screams After Midnight Light thing, but with like a theme. The theme being it's all Shudder exclusives slash originals. I don't know what I'm going to call it yet, but Tim's tweets tonight. You mean his Rams ones about Trump? Well, we can't say that was a boring movie at the very least. I will reserve my actual judgments though, because I'll be recording a review tomorrow for that on my own. Some. I suppose these will go up early on Patreon. Um, Even though I actually could use something to go out tomorrow, because I don't have anything scheduled to go out. In that case, Tim's going to be beating the Brahms drum forever until he meets his timely demise. So Peter, interested in creating a video giving the male perspective of the final girl versus the take female perspective. The what? The takes female perspective. I don't understand that last part. Also. Oh right, okay. Interesting creative video giving the male perspective of the takes female perspective. Oh, I didn't realize there was a. I don't know who the take was. So they've put a video. There's only about a woman or a group of women talking about the final girl trope. Okay, I'll have to watch it and see what they say. Tim rated this 3.5. Out of 5, that is. So he gave it a 7 in my scale. Yeah, Bram's Boy 2 bombed hard. I think you'll find. Do you already have a new name for the show? I do not. I do not. Screaming Alone or something? I don't know. I don't actually have access to the font that the logo was made from, so I can't easily do a new logo, annoyingly. Firefly. Give me a few minutes, Cat. They only talk for 20 minutes, so it's obviously already subpar to your response. Are you suggesting that I am long winded and talk for a long time? Is that what you're saying? That was good, Tyler. Nostalgic. What you mean when it'll be Tim's kid who's reviewing The Boy 3 with me? That's how long it's going to take, if ever. Little menace Firefly. Alright. Oh man. Alright, so we'll be doing another one of these next week. I don't know if it'll be Thursdays every week or if it'll vary a little bit, but that is the plan. That new one sounded interesting that I just saw earlier, so that'll probably be the one we do next time. I don't think they put out enough that there's one a week that we'll never get to do any of the older ones. I think whenever there isn't a new one, we'll, sort of gradually work our way back through the exclusive catalogue. And if we do ever reach the point where we're waiting for stuff, it just means there'll be weeks off, I guess, which is fine. I don't think we'll have to worry about that for a while, though. Insomniac reviews. I mean, I don't know what the if there's any legalities of putting the word shudder in the title. Like, not so much like I don't know, shuddering after midnight. I don't know. I mean, I might get us into some legal bother. Honestly, it may just be Screams After Midnight Shudder reviews. And there's nothing they could do about that. It's just a factual statement of what it is. So limit yourself with adding the name Shudder. Well, no, it's not about naming it that, Elsa. It's about Firefly. Give me a piece. It's about searchability. If the whole point, of it is that it's a series of reviewing movies from Shudder, then ideally the word Shudder would be in the title for search purposes. It's more about function than form. Comes after Midnight Presents. Yeah, Wesker's been a good boy. Unlike the other two, who are making noise, scratching at things, meowing, getting in my face. Boy, Wesker. Okay. I'll give it some thought. I think of something tomorrow. But yeah, it's probably just going to be something boring. It's probably just going to be. Oh yeah, Wesker's always the calm one. He's the wise cat. I mean, Firefly are the exact same age. They came from the same litter. But Wesker always carries himself like a smarter. All right. Well, I'm going to call it there. These cats, I think, are determined to have some food, so I'm going to see to their needs. May have a little bite of something myself. Need some proper food in me. Only had one meal today, really, so I'll see to that. But hopefully we've had fun in the stream, and that sort of seeing what some of these random Shudder movies are like is going to be a fun project going forward. Some for the better, some for the worse. Some for the delightfully wacky in the middle, and some for the boring. Obviously, we always hope for one of the better options. Oh, hey, Wesker. Oh, Wesker's getting really cute. Alright, that's me, guys. So thank you very much for joining me. It's always a pleasure. Where's my button? So I will see you guys next time. It is a pleasure, and I will see you next time. Bye, guys.